Go ahead and call the meeting to order. The governing board meeting was called to order at 4:01 PM. Please stand for the flag salute. Ready to begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. Let the record reflect that all board members are present and all cabinet administration are present. Approval of agenda. It is recommended that the governing board approve the agenda of the April 15th, 2024 governing board meeting. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Mr. Frujos,
I'll second.
Shed, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, and I'm an aye. Motion passes 5-0. Governing Board Study Session. The Governing Board will hear presentations from Team Civics and Fieldman Roll-Up at Associates regarding the potential November 2024 bond process and timeline. Dr. Lee?
Yes, we have visitors and guests here today, so welcome. We will turn over the mic for the bond presentation, and we'll have Sandy Poteet, our Chief Financial Officer, introduce.
Good evening, Board Member President Ahmad and governing board members. Tonight, we're going to talk about our potential bond for November 2024. Next slide, please. Our team that's been working from the district is, of course, Dr. Lee, our superintendent, Mike Magbu, our chief operations officer, myself, and Mike Anderson, our director of FMOT. Also working with us on this project is Fieldman Roll-Up and Associates, Adam Bauer and Jason Chung, and from Team Civex, Joy Coomer and Janie Dewsbury. So we're going to go ahead and get started. Let's look at our facilities needs first.
So when we took a look at the facility needs, when we planned it, we decided that we needed to focus on some of our older facility components and some of the ones that need the most repair. So this is our oldest facilities. These are facilities over 30, some over 35, 36 years old. And so these are our portables. We have a lot of sagging and leaking roofs across the whole district. So we're also looking to upgrade our roofing system and the support structures for roofing. We have done in the past seismic upgrades, so the roofing project will be similar to that sort of seismic upgrade that we need to last a little bit longer as we move forward. Of course, our libraries and middle school MPRs, we want to go ahead and continue that process and modernize them and upgrade them to standards of 21st century standards. All right, and then we have a lot of our outdoor learning spaces. In some cases, we have outdoor learning lakes. So we do want to go ahead and include our outdoor learning spaces in as we move forward and as part of our bond project.
Great, and good evening. My name is Adam Bauer. You've seen many of the slides that I'm going to show from Jason Chung from a prior board meeting. And so I'll really be following up on that information. So if we can go to the next slide, please. The first slide is really a positive one, and that is your district's historical assessed value. And that's all commercial and residential property within the district's boundaries. This would not include this building. This building would have a 0 assessed value, but the commercial and residential properties certainly do have very positive assessed values. And you can see there the last 2 years, you see a 6.09 growth factor and a 6.96 growth factor. That is very good. And when we first started working with you, it's much better than that. We actually had some negative years, even when some other districts had slightly positive years in those that 2011, 2012 timeframe. So what we weren't getting then, we are getting now. And so you certainly had some good years there. And if you look back to like 18, 19, you even have a 6% at 8.29% growth factor. So that's a positive. That allows you to get more access to more money. But the other thing I want to make sure I point out to you is this information at the bottom. Every district gets a statutory bonding capacity. You simply multiply 1.25 by your assessed value, and for a non-unified district, that's your statutory bonding capacity. And you can see that number is 117 million. But to go to the right there, This is the amount of bonds that the district has outstanding, 48.9 million. But you look at that percentage, it's 0.52. You're not even, at this point in time, you're not even at half of your statutory bond capacity. We work with some districts that actually get a waiver to go over the 1.25. And like I said, you're not even at half of that at this point. So you've done a lot, even though you have some sagging roofs, you've done a lot with what you've asked your voters for, and you've put it to good work. So I think that's a really complimentary feature about what you've done to date. So if we go to the next slide, please. So what we wanted to look at was a number of different tax rates. And this one happened, I'm not going to make you sit through each one of these. I'm going to go through one in detail, and then I'm going to go through a summary page after that. And so this one is the $20 tax rate scenario. You can go up to 30. And this is, you can see there on the far right, that's tax rate per 100,000 on the vertical axis. On the horizontal axis, those are years. Each one of those colored bars represents a tax rate and how much that series of bonds takes up of the tax rate. So when we do a home mortgage, it's a one financing until you refinance. When you do bonds, there's tax rules and a number of other things that make it so you usually chop that up into 4 or 5 bond sales. And so that's what we did. We show the detail of that in the bottom. And so there you can see Series A may be issued in 25, Series B may be issued in 27, then 29 and 31. One thing that's important to note is this is not set in stone. So for example, I'm using about 4% assessed value growth here. Let's just say assessed value comes in as something less than that. What we do then is we'd come in on that next series and adjust it to make sure we lower the amount we're issuing to take in the consideration the new economics. And so that's another really positive feature of having 4 series of bonds is you get to recalibrate every few years. And generally, you have a better view of what's happening next few years than you do 20 or 30 years from now. And so that's just a general summary of here. A few other things to point out here is we've tried to, and you always have been very conservative. And so we only have what we call KIBs or current interest bonds. These bonds work a lot like a home mortgage. Once that bond closes, the taxpayers begin repaying. What that does is get you a lower interest rate. The CABs, capital appreciation bonds, those defer interest, and there's less investors interested in those, and the interest compounds and interest is very high. But what I want to point out there is you have zeros by all those. That's done by design. You don't want to have them. We don't want you to have those. Okay, so that was a deep dive. Now let's just fast forward and let's get all the way to slide 6. If you want the detail of it, we have it for all these different tax rates. One option, so the slide 6 is a table format. So you have a tax rate extension option, which what that is taxes would not go up above where they are today. That one does not generate as much in funds, and especially on the front end. It gets money later, but not on the front end. And so what we really focus on are the $20, $25, and $30 tax rates. And you can see there how much they generate in par amount, anywhere between 56 and 84 million. And given the need this district has, we focused mostly on that $30 per $100,000 amount. And then you can see there kind of how it gets repaid over time. And when it would be paid off. And then on our next chart, what we try to do there is put some of this in perspective. Is how's Buena Park compare to other districts within the county? But before I even do that, I want to point out Orange County has very low tax rates. There's two reasons, I think. One is property values are a little bit higher. So tax rate goes a lot further in Orange County than it does in Kern County. That's one issue. The second issue is there's a very focus on tax rates and keeping taxes down in Orange County, which you can see across the board. I mean, if we looked at LA County or a lot of other counties, the idea that some districts would be at $6.33 would be very unlikely. But so while it looks like you're at that middle point, and you are at the middle point, I want to help put that in perspective. When you look at it statewide, you're on a lower end. And so I think looking at an additional measure certainly is a very reasonable thing to consider at this time. And by the way, you're that orange bar, kind of right there in the middle, 36. And so I think that's my last slide, and I'll turn it over to Joy Kumar to walk through some other slides.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Joy Coomer. I'm with Team Civics. I'm one of the partners in our firm. And we work exclusively on communication and talking about planning for a potential bond measure with the district. And we've been working with your district team on some communications. I brought with me a few slides today just to talk a little bit about our communication process and some of the things that we're looking at. So this first slide, you have all probably seen something similar to this before. I'm just talking about the two types of bonds that districts often look at. One is the Proposition 45 bonds, 46 bonds, sorry, and the Proposition 39 bonds. We're really in that green category there. We're looking at the Proposition 39 bonds with the 55% approval rating for passage. That's what we would need from your voters in order for this bond to pass on this upcoming ballot in November. They have to go on regularly scheduled elections. And as Adam explained, all those different tax rates, that's what limits you to that $30 tax rate, that particular type of bond. So if you were not to go out this November for some reason, you wouldn't be able to go again for 2 years. This being the highest turnout, most voters will be participating in this election because it is a presidential election year. It makes it very attractive to school districts like yourself because we get more participation from all the community members in your ballot measure. Next slide, please. This is our overall timeline that we've been working from. So a while back, you did a feasibility study looking at the feasibility of a potential bond measure. And that told you, and I'll refresh, I have a slide here that shows what those results look like. But it was an opportunity to see if the community would be supportive. And what we saw from that survey is they agree with you. There is need in the district. You have a need for projects. And it was above that 55% threshold for support. The community did seem very much behind the potential bond measure. The next two steps, if you look at this, there are 3 blue arrows. Those 3 blue arrows indicate the items that a district can do as part of their planning for a potential bond measure. You can including do awareness building and measure development. The awareness building are those non-advocacy communications. So it's likely you may have seen a mailer that we worked with the district staff on to send out to the community, asking for participation and sharing with them some information about why a potential bond was needed. We can work on the project list. We can work on planning and other communications with families and staff. And we'll be working on another informational mailer to share more information about the potential bond and the board moving forward as we go through this process. At the top above arrow number 3, we show that the board does have to make a final decision before that August 9th date in order to qualify for November of 2024's ballot. We are going through that timeline next. But before I move on from this slide, I just want to mention that final gold arrow, the yellow one at the end, number 4. That's that independent campaign committee. Once this is put on the ballot and we're moving forward in August, there will be a need to form an independent campaign committee in order to ask voters for their support on the potential bond measure. The district can always provide information about a potential bond measure. They can always communicate the need. They can always tell people how much it would cost and what the funds would be used for, but they can't ask people for their support. So that has to be an independent campaign committee that does that piece of that. And we are working on identifying some of those people who might be involved in that independent campaign committee in the future so that they'll be able to do things like advocate for the measure, put up lawn signs, maybe do some door knocking, talking to neighbors. That'll be part of a separate effort, different from the district. Next slide, please. Here, I thought sometimes it's helpful to just take a look at your voters overall. There are a little over 24,000 registered voters in the district. They make up about 12,000 households. And these different graphics are just a snapshot of all the voters within the district. It's not necessarily voters who will vote this November. That percentage will be high. It'll be in the 80, mid to high 80% range of how many voters will participate in this election. But here we're just looking at all voters in the district. You'll see the almost half of your voters are Democratic. And then you'll see a smaller percentage that are Republican and then all others. Most of those all others are independent voters or people who have indicated that they're independent. There are a few that also might be Green Party or Peace and Freedom. There are a couple other voter registrations that people choose, but the vast majority of them are independent voters. We don't often see that these types of ballot measures just fall along party lines. We see that Democratic voters tend to be slightly more supportive, Republican voters slightly less. But because this is a nonpartisan issue, it is focused on community values and values around education. It's helpful to know that even though your community is divided this way, we'll see support from all members of those different demographics. I've also shown just ethnicity-wise how your community breaks down, your district. And it's just another good piece of information. As we're doing communications with the district, we're actually communicating with the registered voters in different languages, and we'll continue to do so throughout this process. Just because you do have a very diverse community, and many members in your community request materials in different languages. The last pie chart just shows how your community breaks out by age. You're a little bit unique in that you're very equally divided amongst the age categories. In most California communities, we see a higher population of voters over the age of 65 and a younger population of voters 18 to like 24 and even up into the 30s. It's just a really nice balance to your registered voters that we see that evenness amongst all of the age demographics. Next slide, please. This was meant to just be a reminder of our voter survey that was conducted. Again, very strong support for the bond here. The numbers are a little bit hard to see on the screen for me, but it was well over that 55% required for passage. You can see a very small percentage said that they would vote no. There is always about 20% of voters, and you're actually under that 20% of voters that say they'll vote no on a potential measure. It doesn't matter where you live. So very much broad community support for this potential bond measure. Next slide, please. And this is just a little bit on our communications timeline. We have finalized some of those communications. We've been working on an FAQ, a fact sheet. We have some information on the website. We did send a first informational survey mailer. It's not meant to be scientific like your survey with True North was. It's just meant to give people in the community an opportunity for their voices to be heard no matter what. And we have seen a good number of responses so far. There have been nearly 85 English. We've seen about a little under 20 Spanish responses and a little under 10 Korean responses from our survey that went out. So we'll continue asking for people's input as we move forward and sharing information about the need in the district. As we move into March and April, we'll be finalizing some of our communications materials and having another opportunity to send informational mail out. Next slide, please. Here I just showed the fact sheets that we had created for the district. We did again do them in English, Spanish, and Korean. And then I provided the link to our website page where all of this information lives in all three languages. So that's also accessible to the public. And the district's public survey is still open and people can still participate in that as well by going to the website. Next slide. This is a sample of that informational mailer that I had mentioned. Again, sent out in those three languages, just beginning to ask for people's feedback and sharing information about the need. Next slide. Here are some of the responses that we saw in that survey and how they were ranked. So I mentioned how many responses we had received back so far. Here are those actual numbers up on the screen. I think a few more Spanish ones have come in because I just happened to look before I stood up. So there may be a few more in there. You can see all of these have been rated as high priorities. Really, people agree with your priorities as you're looking at a potential bond. We're not seeing a lot of people saying, oh, we think this is a bad idea, or we don't rate these priorities as high. So very good alignment between your community, what we've seen so far, and where you are on this potential bond measure. Next slide, please. I also just shared a few comments here. You have them there in front of you. I don't think I need to read them, but again, you can see people were invited to leave their comments and share their thoughts. Many people were saying they thought this was very important and they agreed in the fact that we need to move forward now. Next slide, please. So as we move forward in next steps, Adam and his team have shared some information about those numbers. We'll be finalizing what the district is looking at and updating our communication materials to make sure that we're reflective of the district's intent. We're right now working on our board study session. In May, we'll send that second informational mailer with that updated information. Again, talking about the need, maybe sharing some of those photos. I think, you know, those photos just give us a lot of visuals for voters so that they understand some of the needs. There are a lot of people in the communities who maybe the only chance they see the schools is when they're driving by. And those photos will really give them a good understanding of the need that you may have at some of your school sites. So we'll be sharing some of those, finalizing outreach to the community, making sure that all parents, staff members, and external community members have the information they need before you actually vote. We're looking at June 24th to bring back that resolution when you would actually vote to put something on the ballot. So well ahead of that August 9th deadline. At that point, it does transition to the independent campaign committee. Next slide. This may be our last slide. If this is the last slide. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. And I know Adam here also would be happy to answer any questions.
Anyone have any questions or comments? Thank you. That was very thorough. Thank you. I appreciate it. We can, should we take a recess? Okay. Governing board will recess at 4:24. I think We adjourn. Governing board has been in session since 4 PM. We will start with the approval of the March 11th, 2024 governing board meeting minutes. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Who was it? Jerry?
Second.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
No, I'm an aye. Motion passes 5-0. Governing board comments. Mr. Chung.
I get to start today. Thank you. I want to say welcome to everybody here today. Excited for our presentation from Emory. Last month, I was able to share, I started my student teaching at Corey. I finished my student teaching at Emory. So I'm really excited that Emory's here. I did 5th grade with Mr. Katz. I don't know if anybody remembers him. He's been a while back, but so I got my first taste of the greatness of Winter Park many, many years ago back then. So excited to hear about Emory today again. I'm excited to see all the families and the students here. I'm sure it's gonna be a great presentation. This last couple weeks, I was able to attend the CASBO, which is the California School Business Expo. It's in anticipation for what we learned about today about the bond and kind of the bond study. Good to know that usually in the past, 80% of bonds always pass. And I think the community knowing and providing for great spaces and great facilities for our students, great places for them to learn is very important. And the understanding of fiscal responsibility. And so at this conference, I wanted to show a little appreciation to our CSEA and our sometimes sides of our district that people don't recognize besides the front end of education, the teaching and learning, of course, but the business, the HR, the maintenance operations, the nutrition. There's so many things that go into running a school. At this conference, you got to see a little bit of the details. And so I want to just give a shout out to those departments because, again, it takes a village and that village here is very strong. Also, a little bit about the fiscal outcast, again, constantly coming through the politicalness of this world and how it bleeds into our educational world. It was very interesting to hear about what's happening, what's going on. But I know that I feel very proud of our district and our teams creating a fiscal responsible scenario for where we are. I know surrounding districts right now are going through some crises, one of those, of layoffs, a lot of different scenarios that isn't very happy. And so in our case, I feel very proud of where we are and was reinforced what we learned at CASBO, which was great. Was able to attend the choir festival, which is always, again, fan favorite. I'm sure every one of you is here. We're going to mention the wonderfulness of that. Again, the choir directors or teachers, again, are amazing at showing the growth, even over the 5 years, of what a amazing performance that our students can do, the confidence it builds, the enrichment experiences that we provide. And again, the choir festival is like a one of a kind you won't find anywhere around. People do choir things, but a choir festival like we do, pretty top notch. So the growth of our students, just everyone singing loud, everyone singing confidently. That's not easy to do. So that was really cool to see, as well as was able to attend the Whitaker Gala just over the weekend. And shout out to that Whitaker team of Ms. Horta, Ms. Stephanie Williamson, the staff, and what they provided for the families and the communities. Just wanted to make a point on that I know we always focus on teaching and learning, which is super important, which thank you, Emory, for showing what teaching and learning looks like as we surround ourselves with CGI. This is what it looks like when people, they say it, but we don't see it. So there's examples of that. But beyond that, it's about passion for learning, passion for experiences. And I feel we say sometimes small, but mighty. I won't say small anymore. A mighty district provides those experiences. Like I see Ms. Andrews over there too, and a good example of mighty experiences that really is what learning is about for our students. So I look forward to, as we move forward with the bond, providing experiences for our community. I think that's very important, of enrichment and experiences that foster and support the teaching and learning academically. So I just want to shout that out because I just smile when we have a hard day of like working and you see like the festival, you see our students singing. That just, again, brightens your day. When you kind of have a rough day and you see our students in the community at a gala dancing with a DJ because the school provided that. That's awesome. So yeah, I just want to share that. It was an eventful last month. So that's my report.
Thank you. Ms. Shed or Ms. Strata?
Hi, sorry. Hello, everyone. I just wanted to welcome all the Emory families and staff and students, and thank you so much for being here with us tonight. Emory kind of holds a special place in my heart since I was a student a long time ago. But I mean, not too long ago.
I remember.
I mean, I even see some familiar faces. Hello, Mrs. Sarah. I still call you, I still call Mrs. Sarah, Mrs. Sarah. I'm sorry. And I mean, I'm very much looking forward to all the amazing things that have happened, even though I know from experience just how amazing of a school Emory is, and all the staff and all the teachers, just how much they truly care for the students there and how much their support really helps us just kind of grow and do amazing things. I don't really have much to report. I just kind of wanted to highlight a couple of things that have happened. We are entering open house season, and this is one of the, I guess, the most amazing times for students, just because it really does give them the chance to show parents and teachers and staff kind of all the amazing things they've done throughout the year, and just kind of getting ready to close the year off with their all their awesome things. And just kind of one of the things that I wanted to highlight was that we did open up with our Buena Park Middle School open house that did happen a couple of days ago. And just kind of want to celebrate the installation of their greenhouse, since they are one of the first middle schools in Orange County to have an FFA chapter. And I mean, as a previous FFA member and up in high school, I mean, it's really kind of an honor just to be able to see how much it's grown and it's even become part of our middle school. And just kind of wanted to give a quick shout out to Miss Shelley Andros and to our and a big thank you to the president of the FFA chapter, Miss Cameron Underwood. I mean, thank you for helping our students and helping them grow even in a group such as FFA that really does show kind of that familial bond, and also being able to kind of get out there and get your hands dirty. I know how it is kind of taking care of little animals. I had a pig of my own, and I mean, it is kind of messy work, but it's super fun. And I know the students are having so much fun with that. Also, we will have other open houses on April 16th. We'll have Corey, Gilbert, and Pendleton Elementary Schools open houses, followed by the Buena Park Learning Center and Beatty Middle School on April 25th. And that'll also be followed closely behind by Emory and Whitaker's open houses on May 2nd. We're also followed by something super exciting, which is the district's chess tournament, which is coming up on May 2nd at Buena Park Middle School across the way. And also the Avid 8th grade standout recognition will be on May 8th at Angel Stadium, which is something also amazing because Avid's one of the groups that I also participated in. Thank you to Ms. Polchek from Buena Park Middle School. I mean, Avid's such an amazing program, and I mean, these kids do wonderful things, and just getting ready for college and university and even further is just something so helpful. I could attest to just how much the staff really does put care into preparing each and every student just to further their education and to just have that hunger and drive to continue on. And that's all I have to report.
Thank you
Thank you.
so much. Ms. Shed, would you like to go next?
All right, thank you, Madam President. For March 12th through the 14th, President Ahmad and I were able to participate in the Legislative Action Week. And we got to speak with and so that's a time when the legislators puts time aside to talk to school board members. And so we're able to say what we need and what we would appreciate them looking into as they're making laws that affect all of us, right? We were able to speak with Senator Josh Newman, who's the head of the Education Department in the Senate. And we were also able to speak with, well, no, I take that back. Assemblywoman Kirk Silva had to leave because she had to be in session, but we talked with her educational representative, and she's on the budget committee, so it's especially important to talk with her. We also spoke with Senator Tom Umber the next day, and he was on the Judiciary Committee. On March 20th, I attended a school board and superintendent joint dinner where we had a speaker that was a young man who shared that his opinion was that teachers should be more comfortable with AI and get to know the ins and outs, the positives and the negatives, and then teach the kids how to use it responsibly. On March the 28th, I started the morning at Corey with the Read Across America, and that was fun. And it's kind of a side note, I went to a kindergarten and I had a kindergarten book to read, but I also had the Lorax with me in my book of Dr. Seuss stories. And they were so interested in the Lorax and the Dr. Seuss book, because it's like, it's like that big, that they didn't even want to hear their kindergarten book. And and the teacher said, it's okay to read the Lorax because it's about the environment. So I read the Lorax to them, which was a 6th grade book, but they enjoyed it. So it was good. And I got a nice thank you card, and I really appreciate the thank you and the pictures that I received from her class. She's talking about it. But anyway, I had a great time with them. And on, and then that night I went to the Parent University celebration at the Buena Park Community Center. And it was so nice to see the parents, some of the parents brought their kids with them, which is what we were hoping they would do. But they got certificates for the coursework that they had completed. And there was lots of food and raffles for prizes and whatnot. And some of the parents got computers of their own, or I should say laptops, right? And it was just an exciting night. And I hope if we do this again, that more parents will take advantage of this, because a lot of parents took the classes, but they didn't come to the celebration, and maybe they didn't think they could bring their kids, because some of the parents did bring their kids. So the whole idea is to bring your family, and want your kids to see that you've achieved this college coursework, and we want to encourage them to see that their parents are learning and, foster that lifelong learner idea. On the 29th, I went to the DLAC meeting, and they introduced the student engagement outreach coordinators. And the Emory was represented, and Buena Park Middle School and Corey also had their coordinators there. So it's good to meet them. Of course, the main thing was that they introduced the English Learners Roadmap policy and also the pathway to biliteracy. So that was important new information that the parents were able to learn. And what I like about it also that they also have interpreters in English and Spanish and Korean. So no matter what language you speak, you can participate in the meeting. I don't know where the movie came in, but anyway. Let's see. On the morning of April the 2nd, I joined Dr. Lee and Principal Williams at Whitaker to congratulate Suzanne Huerta for receiving or I should say for being recognized as one of the top 10 teachers in Orange County. And they had a nice little, I shouldn't say little, a nice sized banner for her. And that was exciting. And that evening I went to the fantastic choir festival. And it was just, I thought last year was great. This year it was, they stepped it up a notch in that a lot of the choirs sang in harmonies. And then some choirs not only sang in 2 or 3-part harmony, but they sang, one was singing one and another part of the choir was singing another at the same time. I said, wow, that's fantastic for young people. I thoroughly enjoyed it. And I just shout out, like I said, appreciation for all the prep work that the teachers do with them to prepare them, and preparing them culturally also with that. It's just exciting. And the foundation provided the t-shirts again this year. So that was great to see the kids in their bright colors. It was very nice. On March the 4th, Dr. Rios came to the Ambassador Leadership Retreat and shared how he was also started as a student of promise. And I think it was so inspiring for the kids that were there to see him speak and see that now, he's a PhD, college professor, what have you, and he had a very rough beginning. On April the 7th through the 10th, I joined the other district members at CASBO. That was a nice conference. I learned a variety of things that I can use going forward. So I was happy about that. Excuse me. On 4/11, I went to the Buena Park open house and saw the ribbon cutting for the new greenhouse. And I was so proud of the kids. The mayor came, and that was very nice. And she was excited. I mean, she's always supportive of education, but she was excited to hear what they're planning and what the kids will be able to learn and contribute to the city of Buena Park. And so that was good to hear her say that. On 4/12, I went to Pendleton for the Special Olympics, and there was so much support from the gen ed class students and the kids who were participating. There were so many parents there that were there to cheer them on. A lot of district staff came in, and it was just a wonderful morning, even though it was threatening rain, a little drizzle here and there, but it didn't dampen the mood of the event. And so it was great for everybody who participated. And it was just heartwarming. That evening, I attended the second annual gala at Whitaker, and the teachers give awards for the students' strengths, which is beautiful to see, because a lot of kids in special day class don't get recognized for academic awards sometimes. And so it was good to see them being recognized, and they had a fun night of lots of food and live music, not live music, but DJ, which made it fun. And they donated their time, which I really appreciate. The photographers, the DJ donated their time to make a lovely night for the kids. And they did a special thing for the fifth graders who are promoting on. And so, I mean, we have so much going on in our district. I'm just so proud of our district and everything that our staff are doing. And that's my report.
Thank you. It's so hard to come after Ms. Shedd because she does a million things and you're looking at your list and you're like, okay, forget it. No, I'm just kidding. So we have Mr. Frutos now. Yes.
Well, that's sure enough my report, so Michelle, thank you for highlighting all that for me, because that was on my list. Just really quick, I did have the opportunity. I want to welcome everybody, first of all, for being here today. It's great to see students in the audience, Emery, welcome, all of our special guests. I had the opportunity to also attend the OCSBA AXA dinner. They talk about AI? And it's something that's rapidly happening. So the more information we know about it, the more we gather in regards to what is happening with it and more informed, the better decisions that we are going to make as we move forward, whether we implement it here in the district or we use it outside of in our personal lives. But a big part of the conversation was AI. I'd like to thank all the parents that participated in the Fresno State University. It was neat to see them being recognized. I was one of the parents that took some of those courses, and that's how I got reintroduced and reintegrated myself to re-enrolling myself in college. So thanks to that inspired me. Now I'm doing work at the University of Massachusetts, and I'm taking my online courses there to work on my communication degree. So that inspired me. So hopefully it inspires other parents who want to do the same thing as they move along. Also was able to attend Mrs. Mendez's class for Read Across America. Had an amazing time reading to the students, Are You a Cheeseburger by Monica Arnaldo. Had the best time reading that book and having a conversation in regards to it. So that was my highlight of the day, and that's how I started my day, and nothing else could have matched anything with what happened within that classroom. So had an amazing time with them. Also had the opportunity to join Dr. Rios and our student ambassadors. Thank you for everybody that put that together, our middle school, all of our teachers, staff, for the coordination and the process that goes into creating a retreat for our middle schoolers to be here the entire day. Our nutrition team, feeding them, Coach Al Daid, Dr. Rios, for connecting with our students, right? These are our students that have so much potential, and we believe in them, and creating this ambassador program for them is going to, it's inspiring, because we want to see them succeed, not only within our district, but out in the community. So, which is very important. And the way Dr. Rios and the staff connected with them was amazing. Also had the opportunity to join our teams at the track and field for the Buena Park track and field. That was so cool to see all the students. It was cold, don't get me wrong. My daughter was participating, and after one event, I had to pull her out because it was just too cold. But the matter of the fact, for everybody else that, withstood the cold and, participated, great job. Also had the chance to work on some educational advocacy with our local elected representatives. The big conversation was talking about early care, childcare, and funding IDA. I mean, hasn't been funded in about 50 years. So putting some work in to get that funded, because 0 to 5 is the growing population with a disability. So it's important to advocate for those students that need the services, those families that may need the support. That was a big part of the conversation that I had with our local representatives. Also had the opportunity to join our speech and debate tournament that we had over the weekend. That was super cool. Just a quick thank you to Advantage Communications, all the teacher coaches, and all the families supporting the participants with speech and debate. I always say that is not the easiest thing to do, speaking in public or standing in a room speaking for 5 minutes. Trying to remember a speech or reciting something is nerve-wracking, but our scholars did it with ease. Our coaches took the time and the dedication to prep them and coach them throughout the season. Advanced Communication provided amazing coaching staff as well. So thanks to them, the tournament was a success. And we also had, I believe, a celebrity on campus. We had Jacob Vargas was here presenting the awards to our scholars. So that was pretty cool. With that being said, I do look forward to the report tonight, and that concludes my report.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm just gonna, I feel like everyone brought everything up. I was able to attend a lot of events. First, I want to welcome the Emory staff and families. As you were coming in, everyone's like, oh, those are your peeps. I'm like, yeah, they are my peeps. So welcome. I was able to do a bunch of events this month, and similar to what our board members talked about, so I won't bring those up, but I wanted to thank our Buena Park Education Foundation, who on our agenda today will be accepting. They were able to give each principal at each school a $500 grant, and they were able to purchase with it lots of items for the schools. So I want to thank them beforehand. I'm pretty sure we're gonna accept that money. I don't think anyone's gonna say no to it. And then I wanted to, instead of do my board comments, I actually got a letter from an Emory parent, and it was about Emory. So I thought it would be a great time to read it, since I'm like, well, Emory's here today. So if you let me read the letter. So, dear Emory School community, I have been a parent at Emory Elementary for years. I came to Emory thinking I was sending my kids there for a good education and maybe some life skills. But throughout the years, I found myself in awe of what Emory provided, not only for the students, but their whole families as well. The Emory community is like none other. This school is made up of some of the most dedicated staff and teachers. I was accepted there with open arms and open hearts. I became a stay-at-home mom since my kids were born. I left the working world for years and was thinking I probably wouldn't go back. The funny thing is that Emory School not only empowered my kids, it empowered me. Throughout our years at Emory, my children formed friendships, not just with their school friends, but also with their teachers and staff. But also, I did the same. It was like I gained a second family. During my years at Emory, I was able to volunteer and be around my kids. I learned new skills just like my children did. I changed and grew just like my children did. And once I had more kids, I remember my little one was welcomed with open arms as I helped and volunteered in my older kids' classrooms. They grew to know me and my family, and it felt like the community that I never had. I saw people come and go, retire. I saw it all, and it felt like a piece of my family every step of the way. The Emory community saw something in me that I didn't even think existed. They helped me shape the way I saw the world and made me want to do more. It felt like I had a voice, and my voice was important. At least that's how Emory's community made me feel. I will never forget what Emory has done for my kids and what it has done for me as their now empowered mom. I spent 15 years at Emory and have one more year there to learn and grow further with the growth mindset they have instilled in my kids. They say it takes a village, and Emory School was my village and family. It's me. I'm the parent. I just, I'm so happy to be a part of that family, and, I just want to thank you for all you do. And that is it for me. I will now move it on to Dr. Lee.
Okay, that's not fair. I'm gonna go off script and just speak from my heart. I want to warmly welcome Emory Eagles to our board meeting tonight. I'm very, very excited to hear your presentation. Emory is an exciting place to be, never a dull moment. And when I go to Emory, I feel at home. And maybe it's because Principal Kim keeps feeding me. The hospitality there is second to none. And although I've spent now almost close to a full school year here with Buena Park, definitely when I drive into the Emory parking lot, I race up there because now I have faces, names, relationships that I trust and I highly respect. So I'm going to be very concise with my board report because I think our board members do such a fabulous job in being thorough. But I do want to mention some highlights of some of the events that the board members brought up. Spring is upon us. And with it comes behaviors. But on a positive note, brings a lot of celebrations, recognitions, and events. And I do want to just thank our parents who have signed up to take courses on Parent University. It's quite inspiring to see parents who continue their journey in learning, and that you can't even describe the look on the parents' faces when they were receiving the certificates, and especially so when the kids were in the audience. And they were looking at their parents with such respect. You can't even put that into words. I want to thank Fresno State for allowing that to happen in our partnership. They gave away 2 Chromebooks, which was a plus of the recognition night. I plan to find some time in my schedule because they have free courses. And I'm being told that they're quality courses, and I want to take one on conversational Spanish. So I'm going to do another board report to let you know how my journey goes. But I wanted to just thank Director LaRonda Ortega for her leadership in supporting the program and overseeing the program. The District Choir Festival. I can say this, it's a Buena Park exclusive. Being new, I think the joys of learning about the district is having to experience all these events and recognitions with a fresh, just a fresh experience. I can honestly say there is no place like Buena Park, and those words are becoming more fluid in my vocabulary because I'm saying it with confidence. There is nothing like our District Choir Festival. You see not only just talent and gifts of our students and just coming together with harmonious voices, but there's also harmonious relationships. It is an event that brings our whole district together. And I just want to echo a thank you to the Buena Park Education Foundation. Our kids looked sharp that night, and it matched their confidence. And thank you to a foundation who supports us, understanding that that is also important when our kids are up on stage doing their very, very best. Our district speech championship, once again, I do want to echo a thank you to Advantage. I see a first place winner in the audience, and maybe he will say something about it later tonight. The skills through this program not only set our kids apart, but it also provides them an opportunity for any future job. It's not about just speech and debate. It's about articulation and being able to eloquently speak in front of others, which, by the way, is probably considered one of the #1 fears in America is public speaking. And for that opportunity, I want to say thank you to our partners, but also the work was done by our students, #1, and of course, our coaches. We cannot do it without our teacher coaches. State, here we come. That's our next journey. I want to thank I called him the music teacher at Buena Park Middle School extraordinaire. I gave him a new title. It's because he also took our team to the percussion championships, and they performed, and I can't even put their
I can't even put the program into words. You have to hear it and experience it, and you feel it. You actually feel the music. And we were there at San Bernardino. I want to thank my cheerleader friends. I was there with Director Sari Huang and Principal Beckenheimer and Christina Walsh, our program specialist, and we were there cheering on the students. It was an all-day event. But it really, really challenged us, our team, to make sure that we are just on point with our timing, but also the quality of the program itself. They just created such beautiful music. Once again, a Buena Park exclusive. Never seen anything like it. Special Olympics at Pendleton. It was a cold day, but actually it was perfect because we were fearing for rain, but heat. So we can't get it right? So we want to be outdoors. Our kids were out there and they were amazing. The challenges set before them and the perseverance that they actually went through in all of these challenging courses was amazing. And to also see the whole school out there cheering on our students. Once again, a Pendleton exclusive, and they hold the title of an official Special Olympics school. Whitaker Gala, another exclusive. My golly, like I'm telling you, I'm trying to be concise, but I am going off script because these events really deserve something from the heart. The Whitaker Gala recognized every single student and with special needs, and it recognized the beauty of individual strengths. The teachers also spoke from their hearts, and they got up, and the whole community came. It was just a huge crowd to have shown up for this recognition. They were also surrounded by district directors, Director Linecky, CAO, Dr. Cantu was there, and Trustee Shed has quite the dance shoes and dance feet. I think I lasted all of 30 minutes. I think she was there till the lights turned on. But with that, just such dedication from the site to be able to make our students feel extra special. State testing is upon us. I want to give a little plug. I know that towards the end of the year, we have tendencies to say, oh my goodness, we start to feel an exhaust. But we really, really rely on our staff to keep our kids going to the very end. And that takes a lot from us. And understanding that we are our kids, our students, cheerleaders, we want to do a rah-rah for them, the last leg of the school. It's not so much about the outcome, but it's truly about the effort and dedication of, being able to show what you know and what the year looked like for us. Lastly, because I do see Ms. Andros in the crowd. During the grand opening of the greenhouse, she gave away 3 plants that I took home. One was a tomato plant, another was a jalapeno plant, and the one's Anaheim chilies. When I brought it home, I didn't know what I was going to do with it. And my teenage daughter said, Mom, I would like to plant these. And I said, how will you do that? She goes, you will take me to Home Depot. And we will buy a special, it was this wooden big thing where she has this vision of planting these 3 plants. And we've adopted 5 more at Home Depot along the way because Mom said, I have to have cilantro. I have to have all these other, okay. So then she said, I have an idea, Mom. What if we went to Amazon and ordered a hydroponics machine? And we do a scientific study on how we can grow these plants outside with natural conditions in a different environment indoors with light. And I said, let's do it. So $100 later, I have this little scientist at home, and guess who is her biggest cheerleader? Her mother. And I have a lot to say about that because I feel I've been inspired by Ms. Andros and the students who I've heard over and over this year. No, sorry, I've not just heard, she has shown me the excitement of being able to care and nurture the environment and for it to have a huge impact in our lives in more than one ways. So thank you, Ms. Andros, for the gift. And once again, I went off script to just go a little bit from the heart. This concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to programs and reports, the moment we've all been waiting for. Charles J. Emery School Report. Dr. Lee.
Yes, I would like to invite our principal, Gil Kim, up to the mic. And without further ado, here's Emery School.
Well, testing. So just wanted, this is weird, I'm gonna spread. So, we are coming to the end of the year, and one of the things that I do want to just say is just want to say thank you to the governing board, President Ahmad, and the rest of the governing board, as well as Dr. Lee, superintendent, and the cabinet members. Without you supporting everything that every school is doing, then we wouldn't be where we are today. And that excitement is just continuing, not just throughout the district, not our school, but just everywhere. The word is getting out. So, but I just wanted to say that we are Emory School. We just want to just make sure that we highlight some of the programs that are making, that we feel are special to us right now. So next slide, please. One of the things I just want to make sure we recognize is our staff. So this is a picture of our staff, wonderful staff here. Without them, we wouldn't be able to do those, create these passionate students of all that they do, because we are shaping their futures, okay, with these students. Next slide. And our mission, very simply, is Emory students will be inspired to be responsible for their learning and become great thinkers, scholars, and citizens. If you look at our next slide, we have our vision. Vision is kind of long, but one of the things I wanted to point out today is our focus areas. If you look at our vision, everything that's underlined is our focus area. And I hope that we can show you all of that within our presentation today. So instead of reading all of that, I just want to make sure that we reference that area, okay? Those areas as well. Next slide, please. One of the biggest things that we have in our school is we believe in the power of innovation and creativity. Our passion program is STEAM, okay? Invite students to dive into projects like Shark Tank, Lego Spike, which is coding, structural engineering, and which fosters an environment where imagination just meets ingenuity. Next slide, please. And as we keep going, we also have a full-time Apple professional learning specialist, Beth Wardlaw. She's with us each and every day, and she has been guiding our staff and students in integrating technologies within our classroom. Next slide. We also are fifth grade. We have what we call our STEAM Carnival. The fifth grade team, they show commitment to hands-on and experimental learning. It's a day where students showcase their STEAM projects. They celebrate their achievements with a grade level like celebration, a carnival that they have every year. Okay. Next slide. And of course, as mentioned, our speech team. We are an amazing speech team. This past February, we had a competition with various different school districts, even the ones next to us in Fullerton. And one of the best things is this year, for large schools, we are the champions of the large school division. So they have come a long way, and Advantage Communications, we do thank them for all the hard work that they helped us with this year. Okay. Some of the interesting facts, though, I just want to go through is that Emory opened in 1963 with 6 classrooms and 237 students. That's 40 students in a classroom. Okay. So in 2005, we reached our population height of nearly 900 students. In 2024, we have 24 classrooms, 659 students. This is our 60th school year. Okay. And one of the best ones, my favorite fun fact on the next page, next slide, please, is team teachers have never lost a sports event to the 5th or 6th graders. Very fun fact for the teachers. He can attest, but he did very well. So I'm hoping that's every school. That's part of school. But one of the things I did bring in President Ahmad that you did touch upon was I did bring a couple of our award-winning orators. Next slide, please. To give their speech. So we have Braden Lim and Tia Samesh. Now here's the hard part. Challenging for them would be, I told them, I know you have like a 5-minute speech, but you need to shorten it to 1 to 2 minutes. I think that was the hardest thing they've ever done. So I want to take that time, but I want to recognize just their hard work. So the one thing I didn't do is say who wants to go first. Tia, I'm gonna go with Tia. This is Tia Samesh. So this is one of our award-winning orators.
Good evening, Board President, Governing Board, Superintendent Dr. Lee, and the Kavanaugh and audience. My name is Vidushi T.S. Samesh. I'm a fifth grader at Emory Elementary. My category is declamation. I'm here to tell you that your life isn't some big break like everybody tells you that it is. It's about taking one step at a time. Life is about decisions. You will be in service to life. You'll speak up, you show up, and you'll radically transform whatever moment you're in. The truth is, success is a process. I know there's a lot of anxiety about what the future holds and how much money you're going to make. But that anxiety does not contribute to your progress. Look at how many times you're worried and upset, and here you are today. You made it. You're going to be okay. I want you to take a deep breath with me right now and repeat this. Everything is always working out for me. That's my mantra. Make it yours. But first, you do need a job. And may I say, it does not have to be your greatest passion, but the job that pays your rent and let you move out of your parents' house. Because yes, they're tired of taking care of you. Jack Canfield in a Chicken Soup for the Soul says, the greatest wound we have all experienced is being rejected for being our authentic self to get approval, love, acceptance, money. But the real need for all of us is to reconnect with the essence of who we really are. We all go around hiding parts of ourselves. So I made a living of myself to serve the purpose of my soul. That purpose, I'm here to tell you, gets revealed to your daily. It's the thread connecting the dots of who you really are. But later through experience, trial, failure, I realized my true purpose would be force for good, to allow people to be themselves. So that became my legacy. It's not one thing, it's everything. And the most important thing is how you touch other people's lives. Because everything is always working out for you.
And now Braden Lim.
I love reading. And while that may not seem all too interesting to you, it is considering that I'm a fifth grader. From dramas to comedies, I love a good book. I would say that my all-time favorite is The Hunger Games. And I even have my very own collection of books. So with my passion of reading, I decided to do some research to see who all shares my passion. To my surprise, not many people do. Reading is in decline in the United States. It seems to be as more time passes and books become more widely available, the less and less we read. Reading was once hailed as the foundation of our country. Even the founding fathers themselves were adamant readers. So this all leads up to the question of why? So today, let's first understand the cause of decline in reading, then analyze the effects before finally offer the problem with some solutions. Not reading enough has a number of effects on individuals. Young Post on April 18, 2016 says that not reading enough can lead to poor language skills, cultural ignorance, and the fear of books. Therefore, it'll leave many young children learning the language struggling. While this is an issue, there are still some ways we can all try collectively. Literacy Worldwide on November 30, 2017 thought of hosting a book club. By having members choosing books together, they'll be encouraged to explore new genres. First, find what you like to read. Just like movies, we all have a favorite book genre. And once you do, start small. Starting with big books can seem daunting and scary. And once again, read together. Discussing books with someone or a group of people will help everyone understand the material of the book and keep everyone engaged. Having every adult read will not be easy or even possible, but that should not stop us from encouraging people to read. My passion for a fifth grader is surely unique, but I hope to use this passion for good. And while you may not have the same amount of passion for reading that I do, I hope you join me on this quest to read.
Great examples of why Emory School right now is currently the champions. So I want to move to the next one, and then so I will hand off to Amy Bashotti.
No, it's gonna tip over. Thank you. Hi, I'm Amy Bashotti, and I've been the Coates mentor for the last 3 years. And I just wanted to explain really quickly to you what a post-fellowship year is so that you understand what we're talking about while the rest of the group presents. First, I want to celebrate that we're the first Buena Park school to receive the post-fellowship year with Coates. And it's a real shift because in the first 2 years, the fellows are focused on themselves and trying to improve their teaching. The third year, the goal is to spread the practice to the entire school community. The fellows, which are the teachers, become change makers at their site, and they're taking on more responsibility along with trying to grow themselves additionally. Our subject that we chose was CGI. It was chosen by our entire site. We did a survey ahead of time, and they chose that as their focus because we were already spending time on it with our district. And we chose number sense routines because it was something we hadn't had an opportunity to dive deep into. One of the gifts from Coatson is that we were able to apply for numerous grants, and we were able to receive over $23,000 in grants that helped us support paying for the things that we're going to be doing with the teachers this year. If you could go to the next slide for me. So part of the survey, we asked teachers what it was they felt like would help them to be able to extend their learning with number sense routines. And the top 3 choices that they chose were outside school visits, planning time with their grade level, and also classroom visits on site to see other teachers at Emory. And then I'm going to pass this off so that you can find out some more information about that.
Hi, my name is Anna. Hi, my name is Anna No, and I teach 2nd grade. I'm going to be telling you about our teacher learning. We did visit schools. We visited some school sites to different schools that are implementing CGI. Each grade level had the opportunity to go together so that they could discuss and plan how they could apply what they have learned. Another teacher learning is about instructional rounds. We tried this out. Teachers open up their rooms for colleagues to come in and observe a number sense routine. It was very popular, so a lot of teachers requested that we do that again next school year. Another teacher learning is about grade level planning time. Every trimester, we have 2 hours of planning time with Amy, and it's a time to look at scope and sequence and plan to meet each standard. We had about 292 hours of planning time altogether. The next one, teacher learning, is with Berkeley Everett, and the staff we have 248 hours focused on number sense routine. Every grade level was represented at the full day training so that there is a person during planning that had been to the in-depth PD. And then after that, Berkeley would also provided teacher training for an hour for all the teachers. And another teacher learning is about Coatson Fellows presented a new number sense routine each month to a focus grade level group that they had learned from Berkeley during trainings. And
Hi, I'm Nicole Foote. I teach second grade. The number sense routines that we did, as you can see all around the room, are representative of what we did during our time with Berkeley and with the PD that we, the Coton Fellows, gave to the staff. And the purpose of these routines is to help students develop flexible thinking and to also allow an opportunity for these posters to stay up so students can engage with them throughout the rest of the learning time. We also were able to take these posters, they were considered submissions each month, if you could change, where we had a challenge. So each teacher submitted slides based on whatever the monthly challenge was. So if we were on number sense routines, then everybody was submitting their number sense routines. And at the end of the month, we had a raffle and a name was called for someone who was in the routines and they were able to get a prize. Also, we kept all of the routines in a warehouse, a repository of ideas that we can use now, but next year. So every grade level has a section, and no matter what grade level you're in, you have access to that. You can look at what routines anybody is doing at any time, and it's a great example for us to use in the future. And I believe we have a QR code back here if you are interested in seeing the many routines that we have in that repository. Next slide. Finally, the number sense routines are very important to us, and teachers felt that kids are engaging not only with the problem or the routine itself, but with each other. So they're very involved with looking at what other students are doing, how they're trying to solve the problem. They're using that information to either deepen their understanding or challenge somebody else's thinking. But there's a lot of conversation going on back and forth that we had never seen before. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Esther Lee. I'm a fourth grade teacher. Today, I'm pleased to share with you the survey of the Emory Teacher's Journey in the development in the skills in number sense routines. At the beginning of the school year in September surveys, half of the teacher felt confident in their understanding of the number sense routine. Fast forward it to March, and we are thrilled to reveal that this number has increased to an impressive 73%, making a significant 23% of knowledge amongst our educators. Furthermore, when asked about their ability to integrate, their number sense routine to their grade level math standard, our teachers demonstrated remarkable progress. In September, only 39% of the teachers felt confident making connections. By March, this number soared to 73%, an outstanding 34% increase in the teachers effective linking number sense routine to the math standard. And now for the most exciting update. In September, 83% of our teachers believe that they felt comfortable integrating number sense routines to their instructions. Come March, this confidence has blossomed to 100%, with each teachers affirming their capability of blending number sense routine seamlessly to their math instructions. At the end of the survey, teachers were invited to share their reflection on their experience. Here are three of many of the reflections that our esteemed teachers shared. One teacher noted, "I have become more flexible when problem solving. I have been more focused and thoughtful in my lesson planning." Another expressed, "I use them more thoughtfully by asking better questions and recognizing more forms of thinking." Lastly, a teacher shared, "My lessons are now more student-driven rather than teacher-led. I have seen incredible growth in their mathematical thinking and skills."
Thanks. My name is Steve Little. I also teach fourth grade. So far, we've heard a lot about what the teachers have learned, but the most important part of this work is how it filters down to the students. If we could advance that. Student participation in the number sense routines. Number sense routines are interactive. So these posters around the room are not a teacher just writing things that they want to teach students. They're records of conversations that students have with each other and with the teacher. So the things that are on these posters were all basically said by students. Part of our work has been to encourage student participation. So here are a couple of our key findings. At the beginning of the year, when we took the first round of surveys, About 28% of teachers reported that less than half of the class participated in number sense routines. But at the end of the year on the right, 100% of teachers reported that more than half of the class participated in number sense routines. So it's always a challenge when you have a whole class of students to encourage them to have conversations either with the whole class at once or with each other as partners or with small groups. Next slide, please. Number sense routines are not just about getting the answers. In fact, sometimes we just give the answers right away. They're about explaining thinking. In September this year, only 50% of teachers reported that students explain their thinking either almost always or greater. But in March, 85% of teachers reported students explaining their thinking almost always or more. Here are a few quotes from teachers explaining students and their sharing their thinking. Flexible thinking is far more evident. Students are trying to justify their processes and explain their thinking more clearly. Students love math time. They've developed confidence in both their strategies and their ability to defend their thinking. They look forward to our math lessons. For some of my students, math has become their new favorite subject. Students have increasing levels of flexibility in their ability to solve problems. They become better listeners to their peers.
Good evening. I'm Rosemary Lejano, and I teach first grade at Emory. So today I'd like to talk a little bit about our parent engagement event that we had at Emory, hosted by the Coatson Fellows. It was a very well-attended event. Over 160 parents and students attended. It was after school, and it started out off in the cafeteria where there was a 15-minute information session. That was to help the parents learn more about CGI and the philosophy, the CGI approach, and how it differs so much from like the traditional kind of math instruction that we've all been through as students ourselves. Could you advance the slide, please? After the information session, the Coatson Fellows took their families over to their classrooms where we engaged in a number sense routine. So just like one of these number sense routines that you see all around yourself. We wanted the parents to experience what we do with those number sense routines so that they could see how we build on the students' mathematical thinking, as well as how these kinds of routines support students' cognitive math flexibility. But then the fun part starts. So then we taught 2 or more math games that we related to the kinds of math that we're doing in our classrooms. A lot of them were like playing card games as well as dice games. And the students practiced it in the classroom with their teachers. And so they had fun teaching their parents, and they loved engaging with their parents in this fun learning math activity. And so now I'd like to pass it off to Amy.
I'm going to be brief, but I just want to wrap up for you how much we appreciate the time that's been given, not only from the Coatson Fellows, but the teachers on staff. And we also wanted to stop and recognize Gil, because we really feel like we couldn't have done what we did without his support. He's made it available for us to be able to do things during staff meetings. He's given us the time that we need, and we really appreciate that about him. And so we just wanted to appreciate that and let you all know.
That was a nice surprise. So thank you. I wasn't expecting that. So, but I'm gonna keep going. So, but I just want to say that we can't do any of this without the support of not just our governing board and the superintendent and everyone in the district office, but also our community members. So if you go next page, we want to thank this company called Sensi. They're the ones that actually came in and donated those 10,000 books that were printed in Braille. So we have that to just thank for them. As well as we do a lot of like fundraising events, night outs, dining night outs. We go to like different places like Panda Express, McDonald's, Baskin Robbins, Islands. And if you went to our McDonald's one, I think Ms. Maud was getting test. We actually shut it down because there were so many people there. I think when you ordered food, it took like 45 minutes to an hour to get your food. That's how many Emory families came out that day. We also, and the Eagles, the money that we raise, they actually help us pay for our field trips as well as busing. They also help pay for assemblies. We have one at the beginning of the year. We have, and some other ones as well. And then we did like the color run, which we broke our record. We raised over $28,000 for our color run. And all of that is going to go back to our schools, back to our students. And just that. And we are just upcoming April 18th, Thursday. You're all welcome. We have our Emory Carnival coming. And the proceeds that we raised already, all the students in our school, the students will be able to go for free. But anyone else, parents, things that they do, there's a small entrance fee for them. Okay. And of course, in closing, just want to say we built a strong momentum this school year, and we look forward to where we are headed for next year. We're trying to move that momentum and keep moving it forward and forward. And there's a little hint of what's coming. So we are turning up the steam next year. Thank you.
Thank you. That was great. Does anyone have any questions or comments? We all good? Thank you for that presentation. Parents, if you'd like to, if you want to take your students, this might be a good time, or if you want to sit down and stay, that's also great. Next up, we have our GATE program report. Dr. Lee.
Hello, Emory staff, if you'd like to stick around just a little bit. We have our GATE program report, and I would like to invite up Director Sari Huang, who will have a short presentation for us.
Good evening, President Ahmad, trustees, Superintendent Dr. Lee, cabinet, and our esteemed guests. This evening, I'm pleased to present information about Buena Park School District's Gifted and Talented Education Program. Next slide, please. So in today's agenda, I will be sharing some information about the program overview and the models at Buena Park School District. I'll also share the GATE identification process, as well as GATE data, and also share a few of common characteristics of our GATE students so that we can dive in a little bit deeper into who our GATE students are. And also in collaboration with some of our Emory team members here, share what's happening at the sites, as well as some GATE district-led GATE events, and then also looking at what to look forward next school year. Next slide. So for our GATE program goal, as always, the program is designed to foster and develop students' unique abilities, talents, and interests by providing opportunities for our students to really extend their learning and educational experiences. So as we look at our program goal, and as we look at the different activities that we're planning, we try our best to stick true to this goal. For our school district GATE program models, we have our self-contained GATE classes for our students in grades 3rd through 5th. We have our GATE clusters where differentiated instruction is occurring in a small group setting. And of course, at our middle schools, our students have an opportunity to join the honors program in various courses. Next. So for GATE identification, our GATE identification process starts in October. So our students are given the assessment in November, December timeline, and the decision is made in terms of identification in around January, and notifications to school sites and parents are shared in February. So with that being said, our GATE identification, we look at multiple measures. We start off with an aptitude and an abilities test where we use the cognitive abilities test, otherwise known as COGAT screener. And this screener is comprised of 3 batteries, which includes verbal, quantitative, and nonverbal. And all of our second grade students are given this assessment. And of course, parents do have the option to opt out of being administered this test. And also students that are recommended or requested by teachers or parents are also able to take the assessment again. And the testing format is web-based for all of our students. Another measure that we look at is achievement data. We look at our CASP. We also look at our iReady scores, our writing, and we also look deeper into the GATE characteristics of our students. So there is a character scale that goes out to our teachers to let us know regarding the characteristics of each of our students. And from that, we identify our students as being GATE or Scholar Advanced. Next slide. Looking at the data, and I did place here 3-year data here. So if we look at the total number of GATE students, we see that we had 363 in the 22-23 school year. And if we look at the 24-25 school year, we have 361 students. For newly identified GATE students, we do see 75 students in the 22-23 school year, 92 students next school year, and then 71 identified this school year to start next school year. And for Scholar Advanced students, we have 50 and then 32. And then for next school year, we have identified 24 students. Next slide. So as I shared earlier, I wanted to just pinpoint a couple of common characteristics of GATE students, not to put them, in, a square box saying these are how our GATE students are, but these are some characteristics that will help us better understand our students, and also in terms of providing different opportunities for our students, and also for our parents to better understand our students as well too. So as you can see here, I just listed a few. Our GATE students can be seen as being having full of knowledge. They can be intense and be quite competitive. Some of them may be goal directed, also have emotional intensity. They have high levels of curiosity, and some may lack organizational skills as well too. So these are just some areas that we see characteristics of our GATE students. And of course, as we discover and learn about the unique skills of our students, talents of our students, also the characteristics of their students, we're able to provide that differentiated instruction for them, and also looking at the different dimensions of depth and complexity as our teachers are providing that. Next page. So with that being said, I did borrow 2 Emory GATE teachers to share a little bit about the GATE site activities that are occurring at Emory School.
Thanks, Mrs. Wong. My name is still Steve Little. I still teach 4th grade at Emory. And I've told my GATE students many times that none of their parents live their lives or go to work and have a boss or some superior just hand them a set of questions or problems to do and then turn it in by the end of the day. That doesn't really happen in the real world. So in our GATE program, we try to kind of replicate real life situations in project-based learning. So I wanted to share with you, excuse me, just a few of the tools and projects that we work on. We have access to Define Learning, which is a software that inspires project-based learning projects. There are projects in it, and there are ideas that can be incorporated into projects that teachers come up with themselves. We have a garden at Emory School, started many years ago by Miss Jennifer Ferrara, and we're working in that to rehab that garden, and our GATE classes have been able to participate in that and put science into action. As well as the rest of the school, we participate in STEAM education, but we're able to take it a little bit deeper using the acronym SCAMPER, which is kind of a design and engineering process where you substitute, combine, adapt, modify, put to another use, eliminate, and rearrange as you are building or developing or designing things. We missed coding there. We have coding opportunities for the students. And we also have an eTube channel like YouTube, but EmoryTube, eTube at Emory. So we have students that create stories and create videos and edit and produce those videos to show around the school. They just produced a 7-minute PBIS video to help remind students about good behavior, which they did a great job on. Within all those programs, I think one of the most meaningful aspects of the GATE classroom is just the depth of conversation and the depth of interaction that happens between the students. They have ideas that I don't think of, but they do, and they develop those ideas and they interact with each other to continue developing them. And I think they will for the rest of their lives. Mrs. Lee.
Tonight, it's my pleasure to share with you the exciting competitions within the Emory GATE program. We host competitions that foster perseverance, enrichment, acceleration for our gifted students. Each trimester, our GATE students in our GATE classes participate in challenges that allow them to showcase their intellectual and creative ability while enhancing their communication, teamwork, and leadership skills through their friendly competitions that kick off in their classrooms before advancing to the GATE class level competition. During the first 2 trimesters, our GATE students are engaged in 2 STEAM projects, providing an engaging platform for innovation and problem solving. This year, for the first trimester, our students participated in the Shark Tank, showcasing and producing design to enhance our school's ecosystem. The challenge included a speech presentation component. The second STEAM project was an engineering challenge, where students were using their problem-solving skills to design, build, and test contraptions. This year, our students found innovative ways to improve their rubber band-powered cars. For the third trimester, we are holding a reading competition, the Battle of the Books. It is aimed to promote a lifelong love of reading for encouraging students to read 12 intellectual books and literature. In addition, for our upper grade math enthusiasts, we offered 2 math competitions. One, the Math Olympiad for all talented math students, while the other is specifically tailored for our excelling GATE mathematicians, otherwise known as the Emory Math Team. The math team provides an opportunity for additional enrichment, acceleration, and differentiation beyond the regular school hours. Lastly, there is the pentathlon that is at the middle school that our students will hopefully go into and continue doing over there as well. We truly appreciate your ongoing attention and support as we continue nurturing, challenging, and enhancing our educational experience with our talented GATE students at Emory School.
Thank you, Mr. Little and Ms. Lee. Next, I want to share a little bit about some district organized activities. We do have our 2 Super Saturdays every year. So we did have our first Super Saturday back in December where we partnered with Orange County Department of Education. And we had a Super Saturday titled Ornithology, where we connected to nature as well too. We do have our upcoming Super Saturday in May. It is titled, very long here, the Great Gravity Assisted Tallest Cardboard Tower Ultra Light Marble Drop Building Contest. And I just had to have Mr. McDonald here as he will be leading the Super Saturday for this one with Ms. Kim. And yeah, I couldn't do justice to explaining what Super Saturday is. So if there are any questions about that, you will be here to answer that question. But it's going to be an engineering competition where our students will be building a structure made out of paper, foam, any natural materials to test how far the marble will go. And we will have the winning students possibly win an Einstein medal, Mr. McDonald? Okay, wonderful. So we already have, yeah, we've opened up the application for students or interest form for students, and it is full already. So we're excited to have that coming up soon. We also have GATE parent advisories and workshop opportunities for our parents. We did have our CAD virtual workshop as well too. We do have even Ms. Chung here, who's been my GATE parent advisory member for the past 2 years. Sometimes it's been solo, just her and I, but we've had very robust conversations of how we can build on our GATE program. In addition to that, we do have GATE teacher trainings. We did have several of our GATE teachers join the GATE collaborative networks that occurred earlier this school year, where it was in partnership with OCDE, where they were able to receive some training on best practices in gifted education. And along with that, as our teachers mentioned, we did have some defined learning training as well too. With that being said, I do want to invite 2 of our Emory scholars, 5th graders, who took the journey of being a GATE student at Emory as 3rd, 4th graders, and now 5th graders. So I'll ask Grace Ma and Colin Chung to come on up to share a few words about your experience. We'll start with Grace.
Hello, I'm Grace Ma, a 5th grade student at Emory School. For the past 3 years, I've had the privilege of being part of the GATE program, and it's been incredibly rewarding. The project-based nature of the GATE class has allowed me to think creatively and expand my knowledge beyond my expectations. GATE classes, with their focus on encouraging students to surpass their limits, think critically, and be innovative, empower us to potentially contribute to making the world a better place. Being in the GATE class has allowed me to think outside the box and expand my knowledge beyond what I dreamed of. One of my highlights of the GATE experience has been participating in activities like Battle of the Books. This initiative has introduced me to a diverse range of authors and genres, igniting a newfound passion for reading. I became more interested in books that at the time I thought were boring. I read so many amazing books that excited me and gave me the feeling to read even more of these books. Activities like Shark Tank and engineering challenges has challenged me to think like an inventor, identifying problems and using my knowledge and creativity to design solutions. It allowed me to observe the problems that needed to be solved and create an invention that can solve that problem. These challenges push us to identify real-world problems and apply our knowledge to find innovative solutions. It's not just about learning. It's about preparing for the future and becoming the problem solvers our world needs. These activities are educational, but also very fun to do. I'm grateful for the opportunities and experiences that being in the GATE program has provided me, and I'm eager to continue growing and learning in this enriching academic environment. I love being in GATE.
Hello, my name is Colin Chung, and I'm honored to share with you my journey in the GATE program over the past 3 years. It's been an incredible experience filled with growth and discovery, with all the challenges and special things that it offers. It's been an incredibly great experience for me. In the GATE program, I've had the privilege of shaping my learning journey and demonstrating my understanding in innovative ways. Instead of simply completing assigned tasks in a GATE class, I am given the choices of how I learn and show what I've learned. The annual STEAM challenges, including events like Shark Tank and engineering challenges, have provided me with opportunities to apply my skill in real-world scenarios and collaborate with my peers. I also enjoyed the Battle of the Books. It has encouraged me to read some new good books that I probably wouldn't have read. Lastly, it's been fun going to Super Saturdays twice a year. We either learn and investigate science, or we are working in teams collaborating to build simple machines to reach a common goal. Overall, I am really grateful for the ways in which the GATE program has challenged me and nurtured my creativity. It's been an enriching experience that has prepared me for many future events. I believe that programs like the GATE program can play a crucial role in getting kids ready for challenges that the future may hold.
Right, for next steps, next slide, please. We want to continue on with offering professional development opportunities for our teachers and also have another cycle of GATE certification. We do want to explore equity-driven approach for identification as well too. Enhanced parent workshops. We always want to increase the opportunities for our GATE students to be able to be in. And of course, continue participation in competitions. Not only do our students just compete, but prior to competing, our teachers do put in so much time, as well as our students are preparing for those competitions. And through that, relationships are built, and through that, our students are able to have additional learning experiences. So with that being said, that does conclude my GATE program report. But prior to that, we'll have a quick announcement from Dr. Lee.
I'm going to hijack the presentation from Director Huang. Please join me in celebrating a teacher who does not need an introduction, who has become the cornerstone of Beatty's GATE program, the one and only Mr. McDonald. If I can have you come up here, Mr. McDonald, this wasn't pre-planned, I promise. Come on up. That'll be great right there. Yes, thank you, sir. I feel like I've built enough of a rapport with you in the last year to be able to give this non-chat GPT paragraph on. You can absolutely plagiarize, check it. Yeah, Mr. McDonald, he's dedicated a full lifetime for innovative teaching and probably spent more time in the classroom than his own living room. He's known for his straightforward candor, which we all come to admire or occasionally brace ourselves for. Mr. McDonald has not only taught our students, but he has given us all a master class in what it means to be passionately dedicated. I'm very fortunate to have met you this year, but if you thought we were two ships sailing in the night, you are wrong. I know where you live. Here is to you, Mr. McDonald. May your retirement be filled with many adventures as you've given us valuable lessons. Director Huang.
We have a very special Einstein medal for you.
Mrs. Kim and I are working on the academic pentathlon. Our event takes place this Saturday for our test. We already took our essay test last Thursday. And then we have our final event at we have the 7th and 8th grade, and then the 6th grade at one at Westminster and one at University High School. And then we also have our debate championships, where we did offer your daughter a spot on our team, but she declined. So
She will be competing.
He knows all. So, and our Super Saturdays on the 11th at Swamp Fed. So, please come. The academic pentathlon, well, we've taken first in Orange County the last 2 years. And in Division 1, so it's the upper division, Mr. Hopkins and I started that program a while ago, and as well as the debate program. And they were due to the your parent advisory committee. So they were parent driven to get people involved. And just one more thing, I mean, I know it's not my time, but I was involved in starting the GATE program 20-something years ago. Winter Park School District had no GATE program. And our identification process was principal suggestions. We had no identification process, so I noticed the process there. Building the program, it's kind of nice at the end to see, what a great job is being done with that program, because 25 years ago we had nothing, and to see it grow so much, so I do appreciate that. Thank you for mine.
That's worth a lot of money. Please don't.
Anyone, thank you so much, Director Wong. Does anyone have any questions, comments on the GATE program report? Just want to thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. And I guess you'll still be up here maybe for our extended school year, ESY and Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, ELOP Summer Intersessions. Dr. Lee.
Yes, we have a brief presentation by our director, Sari Huang, just letting our public know about the different offerings we'll have this summer.
Yes, I am so excited to share all the summer programs that will be offered through our district to our students over this summer. And I do want to express just my gratitude just with all the different departments. We've been planning this and we've been on this journey to get the right location, also look at transportation, working with fiscal, working with child nutrition, also personnel to just make sure that we do have everything ready to go for our students during the summer. So I do want to express my gratitude for our team members. Next slide, please. So I will be delivering the presentation in terms of the different summer program offerings, but I do want to highlight that with some of these programs, we do have our wonderful directors and administrators that are leading the work and planning the work. So I will be sharing briefly the details of our early learning programs that's led by our Administrator Mary Beckelheimer. Also our extended school year that's led by Director Julie Linicki. The ELOP Summer Intercession, the Summer Kid Connection, the middle school summer program that we are doing in partnership with OCDE that's led by Director Madeline Morrison, along with our speech camp and our advanced math camp as well too. Next slide. So for our early learning summer program, so this is occurring during May 31st to August 7th. This is something that's continuous. And it is offered to our preschool students. And this summer, we're able to offer it at our Buena Park Learning Center, as well as Corey Preschools. As you can see the hours there, it's from early morning to late afternoon or evening as well too. So we're hoping that through this program that many of our families will be able to receive the services and a place for our students to learn and to be safe at. Next slide, please. For extended school year ESY, Director Linicki has been diligently planning with their team for this to occur. So this is offered to our current preschool to 7th grade students, and they are identified through their IEP process, and it will be offered during June 3rd to June 28th. And as you can see there, it is offered in the morning from 8 to 11, 8 to 12, or 8:30 to 12:30, depending on the school side and the grade levels. And it would be offered at Buena Park Learning Center, Whitaker, and Buena Park Middle School. And the components of our extended school year will be, of course, based on the IEPs, but looking at providing services in academic, speech, occupational therapy, and physical therapy. Next slide. For ELOP Summer Intercession, so this is our second year that we're bringing this to our families. This is occurring on June 5th through June 28th. So we are offering 17 days of summer intercession. And as I've shared before about our ELOP, we need to offer a total of 30 intercessions for our students, but we have fulfilled 13 days already through our winter and spring intercession that we have 17 days left to fulfill. So this will be offered to our current TK to 6th grade students at Whitaker and Beatty, depending on their grade level. And with the hours being from 7:30 to 4:30 and 8 to 5, we are to offer 9 hours of learning for our students. And of course, it's at no fee, and we are having the components of having academic intervention, enrichment opportunities, and field trips as well too. And if you see on the right, you see a flyer that went out to families. For the first time, we are piloting a online platform for students or families to register to join ELOP. So we already have over 400 students that have submitted interest in joining our summer program. Next slide shows a sample summer schedule. So if you see here for ESY, of course, we have the attendance and breakfast time, and we have the bulk of the time being for instruction and support for our students to meet their IEP goals. For ELOP, that's also a sample schedule. We do have the breakfast time in the morning, but we do have academic intervention time that will be provided by our Buena Park School District teachers. And in the afternoon, will be filled with enrichment opportunities. And on once a week, they will be either having an assembly or an opportunity to go on field trips. And transportation will be provided for students in the morning to get to school. And then for those students that would just like half day, they have transportation back home either at noon or 12:30, but they're able to stay until 4:30 or 5, depending on the site, and parents can pick them up anytime at that time. Next slide is Kid Connection. Kid Connection will be held at Emory this year from June 10th to August 2nd. This is a fee-based program, and it's a 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. program. Also having components of field trips and reading and writing activities and more as well too. And another summer offering that we'll have is, again, in partnership with Advantage Communication. We'll be offering to our current 3rd through 6th grade students speech camp on June 3rd to June 14th. And we're going to hold it at the Buena Park Middle School. So with that, our 3rd graders will have an opportunity, as well as our 4th, 5th, and 6th graders to start their journey of public speaking. Next slide. And this last slide shows 2 additional summer offerings that we'll have. We have the Summer S1S Access Program, where we're partnering with OCDE, and we'll be offering this to our current 6th and 7th graders during the month of July. And actually, that August 1st date was just extended another week to August 7th, so a little bit longer time period than stated here. And this is for our students to work on more of an independent study at home, or also they're also given time to do tutoring on site, as well as check in person as well too here at the Buena Park Middle School. So that will be also offered to our students. And lastly, this is something that we are starting the work and hoping to go into the details a lot more as well too, but we are looking to offer an advanced math camp to our current 5th graders who will be going into 6th grade. And we wanted to particularly focus on preparing students to have those pre-algebraic skills, or actually the advanced pre-algebraic skills and concepts for students to go in to set their path to have algebra and geometry by the end of middle school, so that they can go into the advanced math courses in high school. So those are our summer offerings that we'll have this school year. Are there any questions? I know I spoke probably a little bit too fast.
No questions from me, but I just want to say thank you for providing this type of program for our students and our families, because it can be a lifeline for some of these families needing some of that additional support during summertime. I know as a parent, sometimes we're trying to figure out how to keep our scholars and children busy, right? Programs like this is a big help for all the families, but also it continues the enrichment of learning for the students as they, go through the summer and get them ready, kind of in a sense, when the first day of school starts again. They're already in the mindset that school has been integrated throughout the whole summer, so there's gonna be no lapse in time as far as so much relaxation time, because there will be, but the rigor of the summer and the school year is still gonna be present with them. So I just want to say thank you for putting all that together. I think that, again, that's a big help for all families and all students to have throughout the summer.
Yeah, and also give a little shout out because I know her pain of putting together something like this. And I do it from a Fulton side for work, and that we offer everything that other districts offer and more. So Director Hong has put a lot of effort with Director Lineky and the other team putting together a comprehensive program that is equal to what other districts, bigger and much larger with bigger teams do. We do the same. So I know a lot goes in there, and our teams are well known. Again, it's not small, we're mighty in many ways, and everyone recognizes that. So I just want to throw that out there as well. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes. Awesome. So moving on, we have our hearing session. The audience members may request to address the board on an item on or off the agenda. Per board bylaw 9323, individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the governing board on each agenda or non-agenda item. The board limits the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. The total time allowed for public comment shall be 30 minutes. Audience members wishing to address the board during the hearing session of the agenda should fill out a request to address the governing board form and turn it into the executive assistant prior to the board holding the hearing session. Did we receive any comments? We do not have any comments. Okay. Hearing session closed. We will move on to our action calendar. We have interdistrict transfer request 2425 TRSAK. It is recommended that the governing board uphold the denial of the interdistrict transfer request 2425 TRSAK. Do I have a motion?
A motion.
I'll second.
Ms. Shedd. All those in favor? And I am an aye. Motion passes 5-0. Interdistrict transfer request 2425 SABL 7. It is recommended that the governing board uphold the denial of the interdistrict transfer request 2425 SABL 7. Do I have a motion?
motion.
Mrs. Strata,
Second.
Mr. Chong, all those in favor?
Aye.
I'm an aye, motion passes 5-0. Interdistrict transfer request 2425 THCO2. It is recommended that the governing board uphold the denial of the interdistrict transfer request 2425 THCO2. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Mr. Frutos,
Second.
Ms. Shed, all those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, motion passes 5-0. And the last one for the interdistrict transfer request 2425 THCAK. It is recommended that the governing board uphold the denial of the interdistrict transfer request 20. There's two different numbers. Is it 2025 or 24? Probably 2425. Okay, 2425 THCAK. Do I have a motion?
No motion.
Ms. Shed
I'll second.
and Mr. Frutos. All those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, motion passes 5-0. Next, we have our public employee appointment, Jacqueline Gallarda Hoffmaster, Community Schools Coordinator, effective July 1st, 2024. It is recommended that the governing board approve the public employee appointment, Jacqueline Gallarda Hoffmaster, Community Schools Coordinator, effective July 1st, 2024. Dr. Lee.
Yes. I'm very thrilled about this action item, and as much as I would like to take control over the mic, I'm going to let Russell Harrison do the honors in introducing a very special person.
Good evening, President Ahmad and members of the governing board. Through rigorous paper screening, 2 rounds of interview panels, and thorough reference checking, it's my pleasure to recommend our district's top recommendation for the position of Community Schools Coordinator, Mrs. Jacqueline Gallardo Hoffmaster. As background, the California Community Schools Partnership Grant has been awarded to 4 of our amazing schools in Buena Park, and our educational services team has already been working with staff, parents, and community members to determine how best to utilize the resources from the state in order to enhance educational access and student achievement. As part of this exciting grant, our district was tasked with selecting an educational professional to provide guidance and oversight for community-focused efforts and to ensure the accountable rollout of resources according to the consensus of each local school site. We're confident that we have found that person in Jackie. Having received her bachelor's from Cal State Long Beach and master's from Chapman University, Jackie's career shows a long commitment to helping students reach their full potential by overcoming obstacles and opening new doors for learning, both academically and emotionally. She began as a social worker in the ABC School District and soon transitioned into school counseling, supporting pupils through counseling and many of the same PBIS kindness and attendance initiatives that are highly valued here in Buena Park. With a passion to further impact student achievement for the past 2 years, Jackie has served as her district's Community Partnership Program Specialist. In this role, she provided coordination and implementation of the California Community Schools Partnership Program for 5 elementaries and 1 middle school. She has already developed partnerships with many of the communities in our area, such as St. Jude Community Health, Care Solace, Big Smiles Dental, Bracken's Kitchen, and Second Food Harvest, just to name a few. By connecting our families with these foundational needs, students can arrive to school ready to learn and succeed. Moreover, Jackie has been a regular participant in both county and state trainings on the compliance and accountability surrounding this grant initiative. When she's not pouring into students and staff within the district, Jackie and her husband enjoy all kinds of outdoor activities with their 6-year-old daughter, from hiking to biking, and I understand most recently, roller skating. With a passion for traditional foods, Jackie has shared that her vast extended family loves to explore together the culinary delights of Southern California, especially seeking out authentic Mexican food. So I'm going to have to find out where the best carnitas and chilaquiles are, okay? We hope that the board will find Jackie's authentic expertise and professionalism merit her own 5-star Yelp review, as we recommend that she is selected for the role of Community Schools Coordinator.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Mr. Frutos.
Second.
Oh, yeah. Shed, all those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, motion passes 5-0. Congratulations.
Thank you. It's hard to follow after all the wonderful presentations given today and learning about all the wonderful that is already happening in Buena Park School District. So good evening, Buena Park School District, board member presidents, members, trustees, executive cabinet, and Dr. Lee. It is my honor and my pleasure to be joining the Buena Park team. Just walking in here, it's all the warm feels. And I am a humble servant leader and passionate about working with students, families, and staff to create conditions for our students to thrive. So I know I've made the right choice and super excited to be joining the Buena Park community to just work with you all, get to know you, and just help our students continue to thrive. So thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Awesome. Moving on to item F. We have approval of resolution 2414, School Bus Driver Day. It is recommended that the governing board approve resolution 2314, School Bus Driver Day. Dr. Lee.
Yes. School Bus Driver Day is April 23rd this year. And on behalf of the Buena Park School District, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude and appreciation to our bus drivers. They are the ones on the front line every day.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Mr. Frutos, and we will roll.
Second. Oh,
Okay. Well,
second
thank
first.
you. Second. Okay, we'll do roll call since it's a resolution. Mr. Frutos?
Yes.
Mrs. Estrada? Yes. Ms. Shedd?
Yes.
Mr. Chong?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Motion passes 5-0. Next, we have the approval of a resolution of the School Nutrition Employees Week, number 2315. It is recommended that the governing board approve resolution 2315, School Nutrition Employees Week. Dr. Lee.
Yes, Nutrition Employees Week is on April 29th, excuse me, 29th through May 3rd this year. We celebrate our nutrition services employees and also Director Katrina Butler for her leadership and for the staff's tireless efforts to feed our youth with a smile every day.
So do I have a motion?
I'll motion.
Shed, and then we will do a roll call. Second?
Second.
Mr. Chong? Mr. Chong?
Yes.
Ms. Shed?
Yes.
Ms. Estrada? Yes. Mr.
Yes.
And I'm an aye. Motion passes 5-0. Next, we have approval of a resolution 2316, School Principals Day. It is recommended that the governing board approve resolution 2316, School Principals Day. Dr. Lee, what days does that fall on?
That's May 1st.
May 1st.
Our district is very fortunate to have amazing leaders who are the masters of operations, instructional leaders, and caring individuals who have established family-like relationships with their students and community.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Mrs. Estrada,
Second.
Mr. Frutos, Mr. Chong,
Yes.
Ms. Shed,
Yes.
Mrs. Estrada? Yes. Mr. Frutos?
Yes.
And I'm an aye. Motion passes 5-0. Approval of resolution 2317, Teacher Appreciation Week. It is recommended that the governing board approve resolution 2317, Teacher Appreciation Week. Dr. Lee.
As we celebrate Teacher Appreciation Week from May 6th through May 10th, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to all of our dedicated educators for their unwavering commitment and passion for shaping the future of our students. Your hard work, creativity, and compassion creates a positive and lasting impact on the lives of our young learners, and for that, you're truly invaluable to our community.
Yes. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
I'll second.
Mr. Chong and Ms. Shed, roll call, Mr. Frutos?
Yes.
Ms. Estrada? Yes. Ms. Shed?
Yes.
Mr. Chong?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Motion carries 5-0. And our next resolution is 2318, School Nurse Day. It is recommended that the governing board approve resolution 2318, School Nurse Day. Dr. Lee.
Yes. On School Nurse Day, May 8th, we recognize and honor the exceptional dedication of our school nurses who are at the forefront of ensuring our students' health and well-being. Your expertise, care, and tireless efforts make our schools safer and healthier environments for our children to thrive and learn. Thank you to our nurses.
Do I have a motion? Motion. Mr. Frutos? Second. Mrs. Strada? Mr. Chong?
Yes.
Ms. Shedd? Yes. Mrs. Strada? Yes. Mr. Frutos?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, motion carries 5-0. Resolution 2319, approval of Resolution 2319 Classified School Employees Week. It is recommended that the governing board approve Resolution 2319 Classified School Employees Week. Dr. Lee.
As we observe Classified Employee Week from May 19th through the 25th, we extend our deepest appreciation to all of our classified staff whose diverse roles are fundamental in supporting the smooth operation of our schools. Your dedication and hard work behind the scenes are the backbone of our educational system, and you help ensure our students to have resources and the environment they need to succeed.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Ms. Shedd.
Second.
Yes, sir. Pass. Mr. Chong? Mr. Chong? And we'll do a roll call. Mr. Frutos?
Yes.
Mrs. Strada? Yes. Ms. Shedd?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, motion passes 5-0. Thank you for all those resolutions. I feel like, I just wanted to have them separate, and I know that it can be a hassle to do the voting, but I feel like each group of these employees deserves, the recognition. So thank you for that. Next, we have, approval of the Buena Park School District 2024-2027 expulsion plan. It is recommended that the governing board approve the Buena Park School District 2024-2027 expulsion plan. Dr. Lee.
Yes. The Buena Park School District's expulsion plan has been reviewed and updated to include the most recent Buena Park School District Board policy revisions related to suspensions and expulsions that were made in 2021 and 2022. It is recommended that our updated plan for 2024 through 2027 be approved, which follows the OCDE's model that was approved on February 7th, 2024. By approving this plan, the governing board fulfills the legal requirements for a triennial update of the plan.
Anyone have any questions? Do I have a motion? Motion. Mrs. Strada? Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Frutos? Okay, with no discussion, we'll move to approve. All those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, motion passes 5-0. Next, we have approval of salary range increases for child nutrition staff. Dr. Lee.
After analyzing the compensation and benefits of surrounding school districts, the district finds that an increase in the salary ranges for cafeteria workers and cook managers will aid our district in remaining competitive with similar districts and with other food service workers in our area. This will both increase candidate interest in our recruitment postings and will help us retain quality staff who are currently serving our students.
Thank you. It is recommended that the governing board approve the salary range increases for child nutrition services. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Mr. Chong?
Second.
Ms. Shedd? Any discussion? With no discussion, we'll move to approve. All those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, motion passes 5-0. Next, we have the approval of salary range increase for early learning educators. It is recommended that the governing board approve the salary range increase for early learning educators. Dr. Lee.
After analyzing the compensation and benefits of surrounding school districts, the district finds that an increase in the salary ranges for early learning educators will support our district in remaining competitive with similar districts. This will both increase candidate interest in our recruitment postings and will help us retain qualified, trained preschool teachers who are currently serving our students.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Ms. Shedd?
I'll second.
Mr. Frutos? No discussion? Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Next, we have approval of the new job description, Early Learning Educator 2. It is recommended that the governing board approve of the new job description, Early Learning Educator 2. Dr. Lee.
The California legislature has demonstrated a strong commitment to the importance of early childhood education, both through increased funding for preschool programs and through additional certifications available to preschool educators. Working with CSEA Chapter 569 and contingent upon governing board's ratification, the job description for Early Learning Educator 2 is a new classified position intended to provide competitive compensation for preschool teachers.
Thank you. Do I have a motion? Motion. Mrs. Strada? Second,
I'll second.
Ms. Shed, any discussion? No discussion, we'll move to approve. All those in favor?
Aye.
I'm an aye, motion passes 5-0. Approval of the new job description, bus driver, driver trainer. It is recommended that the governing board approve of the new job description, bus driver, driver trainer. Dr. Lee.
Working with CSEA Chapter 569 and contingent upon board's ratification, the job description for bus driver, driver trainer is a new classified position intended to meet the current needs of our district's student transportation.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Mr. Frutos,
Second.
Ms. Shed, any discussion? No discussion, move to approve. All those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, motion passes 5-0. Approval of new job description contract specialist. It is recommended that the governing board approve of the new job description contract specialist. Dr. Lee.
Working with CSEA Chapter 569 and contingent upon board's ratification, the job description for contract specialist is a new clerical position intended to address increasing state and federal expectations for compliance verification around bidding, request for proposal, purchasing, and account payables and receivables. The position also addresses the significant increase in contracts with vendors for expanding preschool and extended day programs.
Thank you. Do you have a motion?
Motion.
We're all motioned out, I think. Do you have a second?
Second.
Now it's like, okay, Mr. Chung. With any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, motion passes 5-0. Approval of revised job description, lead maintenance worker. It is recommended that the governing board approve the revision of the job description, lead maintenance worker. Dr. Lee.
Yes, working with CSEA Chapter 569 and in alignment with newer classified job descriptions, the lead maintenance worker has been added, and the proposed revisions further enhance the job description by providing clarity on work conditions and physical expectations of the position.
Do you have a motion?
Motion. I'll second.
Mrs. Estrada and Mr. Chung, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
I'm an aye, motion passes 5-0. Next, we have, request permission to go to bid district-wide asphalt. It is recommended that the governing board give approval to go to bid, subject to the provision of the public contract code. Dr. Lee.
As a part of the district's maintenance plan, asphalt work is required at multiple schools. It is anticipated that the cost of this effort will exceed the minimum contract price to qualify as a public works project under CUPCA. CUPCA. Therefore, the district will need to bid for this work. This process applies to asphalt, district-wide roofing, which is action item T, and for exterior paint for action item U.
Okay, so we will go ahead and vote on item S. Do you have a motion to approve the district-wide asphalt?
Motion.
Mr. Frutos?
Second.
Ms. Shed, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
I'm an aye, motion passes 5-0, and we will go ahead and to have a motion to request permission to go to bid for the district-wide roofing.
Motion.
Mr. Frutos? Second. Mrs. Estrada, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, motion passes 5-0. And item U, request permission to bid district-wide exterior painting.
Motion.
Mr. Chung? Have a second?
Second.
Ms. Shed. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
I'm an aye, motion passes 5-0. And our V, wow, I think we finished all the letters. We have approval to purchase piggyback bid for modular buildings and associated options from Mobile Modular Management Corporation via the Santa Rita Union School District Agreement number 0052131. It is recommended that the governing board give approval to purchase fixed modular or portable buildings and associated options from Mobile Modular Management Corporation via Santa Rita Union School District's Agreement 0052131. Dr. Lee.
Yes, as identified in our district's facility master plan, the district plans to purchase or lease fixed modular or portable buildings that are associated with options for modernization projects.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Mr. Frutos? Have it. Ms. Estrada? Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Motion passes 5-0. Next, we have our consent calendar. Unless a trustee has a question concerning a particular item and asks that it be withdrawn from the consent calendar, the items are approved at one time by the governing board. Mr. Chung, do you have anything?
Nothing to move.
Ms. Shed? No. Ms. Estrada? No. Mr. Frutos?
Nothing for me.
And I have nothing to remove. So we will go ahead. Do I have a motion to approve items A through H on the consent calendar? Mr. Frutos? Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Chong, all those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Motion passes 5-0. Next, we have information correspondence, major topics, 2023, 2024, 2024, 2025. Dr. Lee.
Yes, as an attachment, 2024, 2025's major topic list has been provided. Minor changes were made from this year to next, such as presentations from educational services.
Thank you. Next, we have our Williams Settlement Legislation Quarter 3 report.
I'm happy to report there were no findings in quarter 3 report for the Williams settlement legislation.
That is always good to hear. So we have our closed session conferences with Dr. Julian Lee, Superintendent of the Buena Park School District, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Government Code 54956.9 D1 case, OAH case number 120242226. Labor Relations Buena Park Teacher Association Government Conference Code 54957.6. Labor Relations California School Employee Association Chapter 569 Government Conference Code 54957.6. Labor Relations Non-Represented Management Confidential Contract Employees Government Conference Code 54957.6. Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release. Government, do I have a motion to go into closed session?
Motion.
Mr. Chung? Second. Ms. Shed, all those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Motion passes 5-0. Governing board meeting is called into closed session at 6:56.
Thank you.
maybe he wasn't.
Do you have to like undo it on his side? Oh, there he is. We surprised you.
You can never tell with us. We always
We like to.
keep you at your toes. You never know. Is it gonna be 5 hours? Is it not?
Let's go 30 minutes today.
Okay, so. Governing board meeting reconvened at, do I have a motion to reconvene?
I'll second.
So I have Mr. Frutos and Ms. Shed. All's in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Motion passes 5-0. The governing board meeting reconvened at 7:57. Reporting out of closed session. On a motion by trustee Frutos and seconded by trustee Chong and a vote of 5-0, the board took action to approve settlement claim OAH case number 12024-226 with a one-time cost of up to 29,920 and an annual cost of up to 73,570 to remedy all past and future claims. The vote was 5-0 and it was unanimous. Next, for our resolution in closed session, the board took action to approve resolution 2320, ratifying the release of 41 temporary certificated employees for the 2024-2025 school year. The roll call vote was as follows. Tharwa Ahmad, I was a yes. Trustee Chong was a yes. Mr. Frutos was a yes. Ms. Shed was a yes. And Ms. Torres, Ms. Estrada, Torres? It says Torres. So Mrs. Estrada is a yes. And it was a unanimous 5-0 vote. Okay. Next, we have adjournment. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Motion. Estrada,
Second.
Mr. Chong, all those in favor?
Aye.
No, I'm an aye. Motion passes 5-0. The governing board meeting adjourned at 7:59 PM. Thank you.